Oh, ho, ho. Well, hello. Hello, chat room, and all of my wonderful minions. Welcome. Today's a very special day because I have been waiting and waiting for multiple years for Capcom to officially translate these games. There's been a fan translation of the first one. And I think the second one, but it wasn't like modded. You would have to like get a mod for emulate it, get a mod through Citra, something like that. And I think the second one doesn't even have that mod. You just have to watch like it subtitled on YouTube or something, and that didn't seem very fun. So I've just waited. Um, but it's finally here. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I have been a big fan of Ace Attorney for a long time. Uh, the first three, at least. Apollo's okay. The fifth one is not very good. As soon as Shu Takumi stopped writing them, they stopped being very good. So, I am super excited for the Great Ace Attorney because these ones are actually written by Shu Takemi, and I've heard they're pretty good. So that's very exciting, and I think it's just good maybe to explore a new set of characters in the Ace Attorney setting, and not just Phoenix again, because that hasn't worked out very well for 5 and 6. I'll tell you. So I'm very excited to play these games. I love mysteries. I read a lot of mystery novels. I like Sherlock Holmes, who is unrelated to the character we will see in this game, Herlock Sholmes. No relation. Though I've heard they are somewhat similar in their professions. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to jumping into it. I want to get to it. Oh, the sound. There we go. Cool. All right. This music's already pretty good. Ace Attorney always has good music. Oh, I wish I could use an automatic advance without making it like an easier mode, but oh well. So we've got 1 is the Great Ace Attorney Adventures, and 2 is the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. I see. Hello, Protag. Yeah, let's just start a new one of the first Great Ace Attorney game. What's nice is that this includes both Great Ace Attorneys.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
So,
the revolution washed over the land.
This is a really interesting facet of this game, is that it takes place during like a sort of Japanese industrial revolution after they opened their borders, stopped having them be closed. I did get my lawyer license. You can see my badge. This badge was made by @AkiMintyVT on Twitter. That was free to use, and I thought it would be a nice little addition, so thank them for it. Here's our lad. Also, you might notice that we have a special donation goal today. Someone suggested setting a donation goal incentive for Tsukihime, and that's one I want to read anyways. But I thought the funnier one would be Nekopara Catboy's Paradise. If you want to see me look at Catboys, consider donating. If you want to see that, if you're interested in me reading through that thing, then consider it. 22nd November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber 5. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Oh, I can autoplay. There we go. Oh no, nothing. Savior glares. Murderer! Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident, and now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. This guy looks cool. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. This guy is cool. He's got a headband that's always blowing in the wind, even when there isn't any. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Tss, technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. He's very nervous. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Ha ha ha. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by students. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me, I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Ooh, I would never murder. What a wimp. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. Was Ryunosuke narrating out loud? The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. You know, I notice, Kazuma has the same lawyer's badge on, like, his armband that you know, lawyers wear in the other games. It's very funny considering the Japanifornia translation of the English versions. I'm sure you can just make up some lore in your head about how, I don't know, because, you know, such a heavy Japanese influence meant they just have those badges in America, I guess. Yes, that's when all this started. Check out this CG. Congratulations, Kazuma! It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. They're dating? Yeah, I believe it. I'm really happy for you and proud as your friend. Just friends. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. I like how even in the CG art, his headband is blowing in wind that isn't there. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. Oh no! Don't go there! I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay behind and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then. partner. Eyeball. Just a friendly lunch together with my best buddy, Kazuma. It was straight after that. That's what had happened. Oh, I don't think it was straight at all. Asogi, may I have a word? Oh shit, it's Kiryu's. He looks like Kiryu's dad from Yakuza. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at a university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Ellipses. Also ellipses. Ellipses again. This is awkward. If I may... Yes, sorry! You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asoge has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked, and never granted again. What? As I suspected. You are unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Ooh, what a twist. Twists abound. Sorry, what do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But, then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. A lot of reading, sorry. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Will it be, do you take Kazuma's hand in marriage? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in advocating for the likes of you anyway. Time slows down. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom number 2. Look at this dude. He's so scared. So this is a courtroom. Eyes wide, knees weak, palms sweaty. The Supreme... The Supreme Court of Judicature? No court in the land has more power. The 3D in this game is pretty good. It's much better than 5 so far. They're making much better use of the 3D models. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh, it's him! Of course it would be him. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. Ouchie. His name is Ouchie. As is the defense. Right, ouchie, like pain. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocates. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Look at Naruhodo. His eyes are so funny. Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it! This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? What should we do? Answer I do or wait and see? Will we choose to defend ourselves? And answer I do or see what happens? Just do it? Just do it! Okay. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Yes. He has no idea what he's doing. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? The 3D models in this game look really good. I like the backgrounds a lot. What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything, just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No. I definitely believe that you'll be able to get me off, Kazuma. No, it's not that, really. It's just that Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes, I knew that's how you'd feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Tsk, Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes that the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. That's right, he looks confident. Naruhodo looks very confident. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Huh? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. I guess Phoenix inherited that face. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Huh. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. You must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes! Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous, I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of right bumper. You just gotta, it's on your desk there, Ryunosuke, look. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press right bumper for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. University collar pin. Proof that I'm a student of the Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on the collar of my university jacket. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with RB. Okay. There he is. He's 23 years old, Kazuma is. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. Okay. Kazuma Sogi, a second-year at the Imperial Yume University. He's my best friend, and despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. Yujin Mikotoba, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yume University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and Kazuma's mentor. Taketsuchi Ouchi. I'm assuming I have to pronounce it like Ouchi. Because, you know, pain. The lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. John H. Wilson. Oh, that's not the name I was expecting. The victim of this case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the People section of the court record, then press Y to present. Try it now. Got it. Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Shh. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. I like the judge's beard. It's very well kept. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. His name in the original script was Watson? Whoops. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. Huh. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. He faded out. He can teleport like that. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. Hey look, there he is. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. Let me just fade to black and scoot on over. So I went over to the professor's table. And introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Okay. Yeah, it's the post-mortem report. The autopsy report, as you might think. Hope they don't change it on me. Hit me with the old, autopsy report switch. Death occurred at a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Okay. Yes! Well... Oh, I like this animation. It's cute. According to the document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it? Sorry, yes. That's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Ah. I'm gonna guess there's probably a twist related to that coming up. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Very modern, yes. Photograph of victim. A photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. What is that pose? Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of this case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it, then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Miko Toba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Sogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. I was confused until I remember the restaurant was like Western style. I was like, what's with this guy's outfit? Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. He's got nice hair, though. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonoga. I'm the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called Le Carnival. Oh, he's fucking dying. He's got... Is it tuberculosis? Like the guy from Samurai Showdown? Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. That seems kind of bothersome. Well, it really, really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty introductions from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there was only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. Bam bam! Ryunosuke always keeps that thing on him. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on. Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
It's very nasally. Apparently I have to make my voice more nasally for ouchie here. I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But... The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we saw here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello... Whomst? There was a woman sitting opposite him at the table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Should we interject, chat room? Should we set the record straight? Or should we just wait and see what happens? I'd hate to be penalized. I like his glasses thing. He's doing those Gendo glasses. Very important. Should we interject or not? I think maybe we'll interject. Yes! Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
I don't know if I can make my voice that nasally. Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this Mia student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. Why are you lying? I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Oh, that's very well prepared. Suspiciously well prepared. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment layout drawn by yourself, I presume? That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Also dying. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. This dude's... he's just fucking dying on the stand. I don't know if he's shaken. So, the court has heard a précis of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Stop looking at me with those soulful eyes, Kazuma. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. I'm going to punch this table so hard. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Yeah, show them how to point. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Everybody needs a pointing mentor in this series. You can't just learn, you can't just know it, you gotta learn. Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchi, please continue with proceedings. Tisk. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. Oh, he's like Mazinger. Ugh. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witness at once. Why the long face? Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army's Sergeant Laisa Nosa reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the effluence of our nation Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Kyorio Korikuta at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier? What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with the interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. I gotta pull out my thesaurus for this guy. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was the black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. Why was there like a baby noise? This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. Okay, so it wasn't just me. I'm not crazy. So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by, ready... What, baby? Standing by, ready, report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Baby. Where's the baby? What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. Stop making baby noises. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. It's hard to read that guy's sentences in one breath. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. This happens when I least expected. That wicked university cadet, sir. The true and unforgivable enemy. He's got a fucking knife. What's that old man gonna do with that knife? What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryanosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Gun. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... Bang! Did Ryanosuke accidentally murder a dude? Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryanosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this
Yes!
What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess, the Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding. It's sexy. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryanosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that the soldier said it has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is prevent some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Thanks for cutting out the music, Kazuma. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. It sounded so weak. Alright then, it's all or nothing. Cross-examination. Okay. Sorry, I didn't get... I was investigating, yeah, the stake, okay. Saw it happen with his own eyes, theoretically, allegedly. He dropped the thing he was trying to settle the guy. Ugh, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Ryunosuke. We know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is, how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving testimony by pressing right bumper. Go through each witness statement and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency. An inconsistency, huh? When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seems to contradict each other, present your evidence with why, and rip the witness apart. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. You're dealt too many penalties. The defense's case will fall apart, and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Peruse the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with a witness's statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again, as many times as you like. That's right, we're gonna filibuster this guy. Just make them keep repeating themselves until everybody gets bored and goes home. So keep your head, and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Aye, bolt. Okay, we can press them all.
Yes!
Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then, this beef steak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Tension! Ah! Beef steak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. Its food could receive medals of honor, but beef steak would be almost highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deeply fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it! Yes, sir, I will, sir. On the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry, I'll try... Good writing. That's the funny Ace Attorney writing I like. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying noise? Negative. Negative. Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. Should we just press all of these? That's what I always like to do, because there's a lot of funny dialogue. I'm gonna do that.
Yes!
I have no idea what you're talking about. Koban boy. A Koban? You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoei period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day with said items secreted in my bosom pocket. In the hope of an affluent cognizant... Oh, I actually don't know how to pronounce that word. That's a new one. I'm pretty well read, but that's a new one on me. Cognoscente? Appraised of its indisputable value being present. So, you were hoping to sell your Koban coin to Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant? Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban. Isn't that so? Well... You little upstart cadet. You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of your crimes, do you? Blatant subordination. No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained a precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman beside me, who was grappling with his braised veal at the time, was my sole prospect. I see. We should definitely press this one.
Yes!
So, you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? Affirmative. I saw you. Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. He always looks so confused when it's like a weak little slap. But that's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. And so what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. And double R! My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means... A split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, Cadet. Surely that's not really possible, is it? Do you think I'd have got where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well... It would seem this soldier's absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. Okay. So, this is obvious. Right? Because the photograph we just got, it showed that the English guy was shot in the front. And it specified that the bullet didn't pass all the way through him. So there would be no bullet, like, exit hole out his back, right? I'm gonna present that after I press this.
Yes!
So this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was... I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet. You'll never get rid of my sauce. I'm sauced up all the time. Who else do you see around here in black uniform, huh? Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but... It was you, you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man. From behind his back. And you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me. What is it, Ryunosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on. That's quite the euphemism, Cosmo. Are you trying to tell me something? Yes, look, bullet hole in the front. Yes! What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir! Mods! I mean, yes! There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense! What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. Huh. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Oh, this song's good. Cosmo, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense. And there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Ayesa Nosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I wasn't sure whether he's imitating Nosa there or just repeating it. I don't know if that's in his personality. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Baby. Oh, What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Baby. Certainly there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. What's the baby doing? What's the baby doing? Until the moment I heard the firearm discharged, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard was proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Ayesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Oh, get him. Get his ass. Gah! Get his ass, Cosmo. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial. Just from that one discrepancy. Oh, he said the word. He said turnabout. He said the word. So this is what being an ace... He said those words, too. So this is what being a Gyakutin Saibon is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. Huh. And you, old man? You didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Ah! Indeed, the Ho'er Koban, my prized coin! On each occasion when I visit the restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Ho'e treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished? Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. Bang bang. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Ho'e treasure. Hi, Caskin. We're pretty deep into this intro case, I think. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Ho'e Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. You know, I just realized Nosa looks a lot like J. Jonah Jameson. He's very J.K. Simmons. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Tush, ha ha. Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. That's a phrase I've never heard before, but it's cool. You got a cool one there, Ouchie. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Why? What the baby doing? It's the baby. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name? Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido. Tenshun! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. That's a really cute animation. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual research of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies are certainly...
Yes!
Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection!
I'm sorry I can't make my voice nasally enough for Ouchie. I'm trying my best. It's hard. It's hard to get your voice that terrible. If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will disrespect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one playset. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. Carbonated water, huh? I didn't know they had that back in, like, what? This must be the late 1800s, right? I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we've just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketsuchi Ouchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. Oh, he's doing the head and hands thing too. Phoenix must have inherited that as well. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth, in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witness, but make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unbending at times.
Yes!
No, no, no. It's not the same thing at all. Let me look at this, actually. Post-mortem report, photograph. So, the X is where the guy was sitting. Where were the other people sitting? I hope they show us that. That might be important. Does anything stand out in this? Not that I can see. Okay. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of an uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? Tension! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnesses the accused in the most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korakuta-san? He's surprisingly silent about that. Okay.
Yes!
Pressing also usually gives you new information sometimes. Yes, it may be true that I was holding a gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, that's only because I'd picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, bang! A gunshot rang in my ears. Huh. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. This seems important because Ryunosuke thought he saw a woman. Maybe we can get some new info out of this one. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? Oh, see, there we go. This is important. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hota Clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder... What do you think, Ryunosuke? Huh? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered in the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Absolutely. This is going to be important, I know it.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible venues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defendant's request. Ugh. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Okay, boomer. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Medical report card from Hota Clinic. This was found in the victim's pocket. What we need right now is new clues. I want to look at this. Hang on, Cosma. Hang on, I gotta look at this. Oh, I can't examine it any further. Okay. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. Huh. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korakuta-san. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's just not a case for these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. Oh, I love a good phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Just ha 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 ha. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, this is when we can examine it more. Alright, I had to go through it. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. Those are the ones you may examine. Press A and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use the right stick. Oh, you can turn them. Okay, they're 3D. Got it. To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using the left stick. Yeah, it's the power of the 3DS. Look at that. Incredible what technology brings. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. I didn't realize you could rotate them. I guess it didn't feel the need to show me it, because this is your tutorial for it. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a close look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use the right stick, left stick, and A to inspect areas of the evidence that look suspicious. Alright. Here we go. There's more than one page. Oh, that's your stamps. You get you fill them up and you get a free sandwich, right? With your doctor's visit? Oh, I like these 2D sprites. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? That would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they use laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Very expensive, too. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. So, I mean, unless he just ignored the doctor's advice, but I feel like with a removed molar, eating would have caused a lot of pain, right? Until it had healed fully. So he probably would have. He shouldn't. Like, he would have followed the doctor's advice, I feel. So there must be something weird with the times. The meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. So, he shouldn't have been eating, right? Because what was the one where they were talking about? What was the one where they gave me the dental report? I think it was this one.
Yes! Objection!
Yeah, it was past 2 p.m. Yeah, okay, here we go. Right, okay, I think I get this. If he wasn't supposed to be eating, the person who was eating the meal we presume was his must have been the woman. And it was, So, his appointment was sometime between noon and 1, right? And it said not to eat for 3 hours after the appointment, so it would have been too early for him to eat if at 2 p.m. So yeah, that's the one. So I think it's, yeah, he had his teeth taken out. Got some anesthesia, and it said not to eat 3 hours after. Right? And there was carbonated water with his meal, so he must have been drinking the water. The woman must have been eating the steak. Dining. He was not dining. Let's present this.
Yes!
The music stopped. That means I did something. That's how it works in Ace Attorney. When the music stops, that means something happened. Well, I think, about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused, Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright. And thanks for the advice. Deep breath. Deep breaths, my man. Korakuda-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement... Slap. Just, it's weak. He's not strong enough yet. You gotta do your training art, Ryunosuke. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's, Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. This is surely no need to prolong the trial any further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could have possibly... This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? The outburst have petrified me, boy! Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hotta Clinic, which has issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, he's found some confidence. Our boy's growing up. If I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating... Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Korakuda-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. There it is. There's the slam. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthesic. Expertly done, partner. Here's your objection theme.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. The turnabout. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Huh? Yes! Most definitely! So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. The judge is getting invested in the mystery, too. who in fact was eating the pictured steak beef. The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. Blah. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... It's me! I had this delicious steak. It's the woman, though. It's obviously the woman. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. The court decides to push through a ruling at this stage. We will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma. Are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. Kazuma is very cool. Ryunosuke is lucky to have such a cool boyfriend. His headband blows in the wind and everything. We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. I think this might be the first time, like, the word perjury has been brought up in Ace Attorney? I don't remember, because, like, witnesses lie all the time. That's how it works in Ace Attorney, is that one of the witnesses is always the murderer, because, you know, it has to be someone involved with the case, right? I don't remember them actually bringing up perjury before. Perjury? And, since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Hold it! Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh, he blew it. Oh. Just oh. What? What did you just say, Karakuda-san? No. You were just following orders? Now hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all of this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Yeah, sure. I'm sure it was. Order. Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Stop. Oh, he's back to the weak little slaps. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This poor mustache. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchie had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Always the cops. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make these witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her powers here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait. Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all of this, well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head. Wait, hang on, I've got the court record right here. I can examine everything. Let's examine my pin. Oh, this means Imperial. Okay, great, thanks. That's all true. This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw before. Exactly, and that's not all. Look here in the upper left, where it says kitchen. Oh yes, what of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Ryunosuke. Psst. Entrance, kitchen. Oh, okay, it's just one for all of it, I think. Yeah. Okay, there's only the one thing. This photo is really grainy. I guess that's for the times. The steak looks tasty, though. I want that steak. Yeah, and this is all just the stuff about the metal court. Okay. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Alright, deep breaths. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the military influence to manipulate the witnesses is... Well, he's a sergeant. That's a pretty high rank. It's gotta be this dude.
Yes!
There! What do you make of that? I think, Counsel, that you may want to close your ears as well as your eyes. Otherwise, the sighs of disappointment in the courtroom may very well deafen you. If you feel you must close your eyes in a crisis, might I suggest you keep your mouth shut next time, too? Oh, I messed up. Otherwise, I may have to use the influence I have in this courtroom to shut it permanently. I don't know what it is about that prosecutor exactly, but he really makes me wince in pain sometimes. Very clever. I don't have a great deal of influence myself, but believe me, I can find other ways to make you keep your mouth shut as well. Kazuma, come on, be nice. Alright, don't get angry, I'll think again. There must be a clue somewhere in all that evidence in the court record. Actually, now that I think about it, there might be some pieces of evidence I haven't thoroughly examined yet. Alright, let's check again. Besides the prosecution... Wait. Would it... It couldn't be Miku... Did Miku Toba try to screw us? Because that's just a waiter, and he just... I guess he's the only real option.
Yes!
There! Oh, no, I was wrong again. I thought it might have been the twist. Hang on, let me think harder. Let me check this. I think maybe it was the waiter then, right? There's only so many options, right? Like, he's the head waiter. Obviously, it can't be the guy who's dead. And it's obvious that the waiter has to come back. Right? He was not a formal witness at the start. We gotta bring him back. It's gotta be this guy.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonoga-san. Hosonoga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason could the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were... Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonoga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence. Ooh, hang on. Hang on. Oh, it's that he used really complicated characters to spell kitchen and stuff, right? Ryunosuke pointed that out earlier. I thought it was just like a joke, but it might be the case, right? Someone with a lot of like power and influence would write really formally.
Yes!
Huh. I'm not sure what this is supposed to prove, Counsel. I think, Your Excellency, that what this proves is not the true nature of the waiter, but the true nature of the accused. Sorry? Oh, maybe I did screw up again. A blackguard who would stoop to presenting irrelevant evidence to incriminate an innocent man. That is the true nature of this rookie. Oh, no, I screwed up. Try again. Go over all the evidence we have one more time. There's something in there that proves who this waiter really is. I'm sure of it. Alright, wait. Wait. He said he wrote the map on the back of his business card. Aha! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonoga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. That's why he was so nervous about handing it over. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonoga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Oh, the cops screwed us once again. It's always the cops' fault. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here. There we go. That's right. That's right. He said it was on the back of his business card that he drew the layout, and that he looked really nervous about handing it over. I had the right idea. Just, I didn't investigate it thoroughly enough. The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure what we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosanaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of the business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So... See, I knew there was obviously something fishy about the waiter. I just didn't expect this. I just thought he would be the real killer or something. I mean, he still could be. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Who could it be? Oh, he's here. He's forced his way in. Inspector Hasanaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Is he gonna, like, change into a detective outfit now? The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Wish nobody read my card, that would be really bad. I should have planned for this, I should have thought any steps ahead. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say, you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course! Your salary must be... No, I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosanaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Ryunosuke is very funny in this trial. He's trying his best. He's in a difficult situation. I'll cut him some slack this time. Would that be correct? Come on, don't help him out. Don't help out the cop. Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. Oh no, the cop's gonna threaten me now. Oh. I'm so scared. I'm so scared of the authorities. I'm so scared of governments. Me, who wishes to overthrow all of them. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect... well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! Help, I don't know what's going on. I'm a tutorial lawyer. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Josiah Brett. She is indeed a foreign student, studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in the testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But, Your Excellency! That would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other influence, any other, to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Josiah Brett and escort her to the courtroom with utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem? I'm dying anyways, I don't care. I think it's like tuberculosis. It reminds me of Ukiyo from Samurai Showdown. He has to eat the apples. If this guy pulls out an apple, then maybe. Nothing will get in my way. That's a good smile. Unless he dies on the way there, that would be very funny. He just fucking collapses. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Jezile Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes! Your Excellency! Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Whew. To be continued. Wow. This is a really long tutorial case. Usually they're pretty short. Oh, let's save. The Adventure of the Great Departure. Okay, that's the name of this case. Alright, while they're taking a short recess, I'll take a short recess as well. I'll be right back. Just, I need to refill my drinky, my sippy. Cause doing all the voices is hard. I'll be right back, though. Don't you worry about me, minions. It'll just be a short minute. Ho ho ho! I have returned. Welcome back. Welcome back, me, and also welcome back you, the viewer, my minions that I love. Yeah, this first case is a lot longer than I expected it to be. Usually first cases are very short. Like, it would have been over by now in any other Ace Attorney game. But, I think that's a good thing. One of the things that always, like, I kind of always have criticized about the intro cases in games is that the culprit is always super obvious from the beginning. Most of the time. So this one has had some good twists so far. Let's I want to keep going. I'm into it. I'm into the mystery. I love solving mysteries. I've actually read all of the original Sherlock Holmes stories. I've read them all. So I'm excited to get to when our totally unrelated original character that I don't even know why I'm bringing up in relation to Sherlock Holmes, shows up. 22nd November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber 5. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. Knees weak, mom's spaghetti. Yeah, I've had to think a couple times in this case, so it's already a little bit more riveting than most first cases in games. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Good thing. That'll never happen. That'll never happen. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Also, I do like the cast so far. Like, Ryunosuke is a lot like Phoenix, where he's, like, super nervous all the time. But it's because he's literally not even trained to be a lawyer like Phoenix was. Like, Phoenix was fresh out of school in the first game. And thrust into a murder case. You know, that's pretty dangerous. This guy, Ryunosuke, just has, like, no fucking clue what's going on. And he plays really well off Kazuma. I think they're great together. No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Oh, it's Kazama. Kiryu's father. No, it's just him, Mikotoba. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Plans for every eventuality. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why... Tilf alert? That's your taste. He's not really to my taste, but I can see why. He does have a nice moustache. I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can help his best friend avert the risk crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? Huh. So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. I'm riveted, man. It's like great theater. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at Yume. Oh, wow. Someone pointed out that his name was Watson in the original script, and I was like, oh yeah, John H. Watson. They just changed his last name a little. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget what we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. Pat finished this chapter clocking at 4 hours, 40 minutes. Oh. That's alright. But I've no doubt that your pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Yeah, I figured this was the halfway point, so I guess we're heading towards about the same time. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what's hit them. Based. Kazuma's so based. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Kazuma's theme is super good. I love this song. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. He's hungry. Actually, that sounds good. Now I want some of that. 22nd November, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Just two bros chilling in a courtroom solving crimes together because they're not gay. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Well, will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down in our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. The friendship between our nations is really so fragile, and the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jump-up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I think it's a cute touch that they use British English like spellings for words like maneuvering. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Josiah Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! Okay, let's see what this lady looks like. I like her hat. She's very mysterious. Definitely not evil. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine young gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea? Someone bring English tea. In English, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, ahem. Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosanaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival, but my true... Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosanaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Yeah, what did, I wonder what Ryunosuke could have meant by this. Just being completely nonplussed by beautiful women. Just doesn't care. He's just a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Oh god, I have to do an accent. Hang on. I gotta do it. Ugh. Oh, she's got a little mask and everything. I don't understand that shit at all. Maybe I don't have to do a voice. Maybe the inspector will interpret for her. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? I like how how they display English. That's cute. This lady says her name is Josiah Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Haha, you'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Not are you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. Oh, that's convenient. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? I like all the little animations, like this animation of him talking to her and interpreting is really nice. She says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Yeah, I love the art style in this game. Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say, yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime? The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Well, well. Oh, she's a furry. She has a tail. Order in court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. No, Kazuma, don't cross blades. Ryunosuke. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Alright, we gotta hear this guy's interpretation of her testimony, at least. I hope it's accurate. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. That matches up, okay. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Well, that's a lie. Ryunosuke definitely didn't argue with him. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Okay. This is a condemning testimony.
Yes!
No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, black-hearted blackguard, and look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine those words the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying! Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I don't know, she's got a really big hat. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden the weapon can be shown, this is mute. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Ah, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Ryunosuke, no. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Hey, don't look at me like that. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Alright, let's get his ass. We can do it. We can get her. She looks evil. Come on. Let's present all our options.
Yes.
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions for Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right? No. That was pretty good. I think that was a good no. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. Sorry, what was that last line? But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which is why we can prove the medical report card that was submitted as evidence for earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? Professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only.
Yes.
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hota Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience, not horrifying. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. He do be simping for that English booty right now, ouchie is. Very unfortunate. Imagine simping for a British person. Couldn't be me. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? There was only one glass in that picture. Slap. The last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. I love his wimpy death slap too. It's hilarious. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Huh. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. She didn't say anything, though. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. I ordered a beefsteak. Oh, cheers over a glass of carbonated water. There is only one glass. See, that's significant. It's gotta mean something.
Yes!
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, it's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ryunosuke, what is it about that print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? What's the sound of 1 glass clinking? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. So, what's up, lady? Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. Sorry. Yeah, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So would you take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? We do a little bit of mischief here. What? No, this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Just doing a little bit of mischief, Your Honor. Just a little bit of mischief. Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on this case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show what it has some deeper significance. Well, I know the significance already, and let me tell you. She said she put it in a handbag she had with her. Earlier, she said she had no place to hide a gun, but guess what? She has a handbag. She could have put it in there. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. There's a deeper significance there. It's... I'm smart. I'm a genius. I could solve any mystery, any crime. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I have a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. I like Cosmo. It's like having Edgeworth on your team from the beginning. He's kind of like Edgeworth, right? He even does like the finger to his temples pose. I think that might be intentional. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. How, you can't seriously be suggesting... Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order, order, order! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouch? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? I'm dying. I'm fucking dying. Oh, God. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. You're right. I don't. I have no faith in the police whatsoever. Ever. At any time. I would never have faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. Uh-oh. It's the dangerous situation music. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. Oh. It's transparent. You can see inside the bag. I see. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never! You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Another twist. Another wrinkle in the case. I'll crack it, though. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Yeah, it's like they're all playing Uno reverse cards. Exactly, that's a good comparison. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Oh, they're both doing the same expression. That's funny. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Honor. Your Excellency. Sorry, we don't say honor here. We say Excellency. A photograph taken by Hosonaga-san after the incident occurred. It shows Miss Brett's handbag on a chair by the victim's table. I want to take a closer look at that. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Oh no, I've been owned. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench there, over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No, just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Oh, even Kazuma's stumped. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. His headband, it's not blowing dramatically in the wind anymore. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. With the weak on meat while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content, from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me...
Yes!
Uh-oh. Whomst? Wait! Your Excellency! Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentleman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. There's like something on her hand. What's that? Oh wait, no, it's on the professor's hand. That's the professor's body. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. It's like a weird mark on his hand. What is that? Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. We are not a member of Weezer. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Okay. It's gotta be this, right? No? Oh, it won't glow. Okay, it's not like examining other stuff. Let me take a close look. This is the guy's body. This is... Did Hosonaga, like, turn the body around? Because it looks like it's facing away from the table here. Okay, I'm gonna take a gamble on this weird mark on his wrist.
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. Ah, that got her. Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself... Oh, that's the judge. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed. I'm afraid that without further evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably links the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then would you allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. I think they mentioned that the professor's gun was the one Ryunosuke picked up. So what if it was a burn from him shooting the gun? Right? What if it's that? We can like match it to the shape of the gun, maybe? This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection to the burn victim and this trial. Oh, it's the thing on the stake. It's that little handle there. The plate must have been hot and burned him. This thing right here. I thought it might have been part of the gun, but it's the exact same shape as what's on his hand. Yeah, it is.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another prints? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, rookie! What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. This is making me want to watch Columbo. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy! If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? Right here.
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate. Ah! Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Oh, it's shaped like a cow's head. Now that I see it from that angle. Like, you know, beef. Ah! This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ah! Ryunosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. Da 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 da. But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. And the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. Was he already dead when he got the burn? There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson... Either the anesthesia would not have affected him that much. He would have noticed. He was already deceased for sure. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel. Are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. You know what? I think, you know what I think happened now? Why was he only drinking one glass? Why didn't they toast together? There's no reason for her not to have toasted with him. If she really did take the glass with her, then really why? Why was the true reason that she took it with her? Why was it in the bag at the time? I bet it was poison, and she shot him to hide that fact. Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, 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 please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency... The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Ah, what's she smiling about? What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help, especially... Oh god, I do have to do an accent now. If it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Brett's trick. Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country, after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Oh, gross. She's racist. I guess I should have expected as much. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words. At least the judge isn't having any of it. The judge in the original trilogy is a big simp. I'm glad this judge is a little different. About the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. Yeah, the racism starts now, and I don't think it's gonna stop. Once we get to England proper. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Alright, here's the witness testimony. The evil British testimony. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. She's literally like, I'm sorry you feel bad. Like, that's her tone, right? She's not apologizing for anything bad she said. She's saying, I'm sorry you feel bad. Ugh. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. Thanks for gassing me up, Kazuma. I appreciate it. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? That's a new one. I like that. That's really funny. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Sometimes you just gotta wake yourself up. Gotta snap yourself out of it. Come on, Ryunosuke, we can do it. Okay.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, The fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. Oh no, Ryunosuke, no. Not in front of women. You can't have not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Ah! Haha, what fun! You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose the honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Wow. Wow, we're getting really racist. Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Well, I can't. Anyway.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. Ah! I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of other courts, it means, bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. What if it was his glass she took because it had traces of poison or something like that? That's my guess right now, my theory. My professional lawyer theory. I have the badge to prove it. As far as I've heard, okay.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show that the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. Ah. Poison,
Yes.
poison, poison. It's poison. Without leaving a trace? If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone and that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought! Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into the question? On my honor, I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. Evidence.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. Le Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction,
Wait.
Vital evidence may be lost. Hey, can I... What's up, buddy? It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. Is this a new mechanic where I gotta click on this guy's thought bubble? How do I do that? I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. Haha, a killer blow! This lady is formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. Ouchie's starting to get woke. by sending. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean, about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. It might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Alright, this must be a new mechanic.
Yes!
Right there. What do I do? What button do I press? Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what her Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. If it's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? Oh, there it is. Thanks for making that appear, Kazuma. At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with the direction pad, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. Oh, this is neat. I like this. Phoenix Rain and Layton, the crossover game, had like multiple witnesses on stand at once, so you'd have to talk to both of them. So this is kind of like that. I'm sure there will be more than two eventually. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with the A button. You want someone could mod that maybe? Putting a little something funny there instead of the instruction screen. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with the direction pad and focus on the detective, then pursue him with A and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
There we go. Excuse me. That's a funny one. What's the meaning of this? Are you okay, dude? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. Hi, innocent bystander. We're, most of the way through this case, I think. This intro case has been really long. Surprisingly. It's pretty riveting, though. I like it a lot. If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, wrong button. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if you call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Okay. So he just takes the stuff home with him? A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Ah, now we're getting somewhere. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Okay, buddy. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. Flash forward to fucking Dick Gumshoe. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahem. He does have a nice beard, the judge. I'm gonna examine this. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. I would never go to France. So this is carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this. No, Ryunosuke! No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke, in more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've got quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yes!
Oh, that was the wrong button. I meant to press present. Yeah. I guess that's another Wright family trait, eating evidence. Phoenix ate that necklace. Yes! What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Now we're talking. I knew it. I knew it was poison. Order! Order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Josiah Brett, it was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous! This is just such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we've only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Ahem, if I may. I will silence you forever for this. Oh, she gets a special speech bubble. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Shut up, dear lady. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. Oh, okay. You did? Have you forgotten that my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. This country. This country. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. He didn't check for the strongest poison found in Britain. Their food. That's right. No! Ryunosuke eats beans on toast and fucking dies. Yeah, that's what happened. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established that my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from the gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding the weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Kazuma? Help me out here, buddy. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Wait, who now? Who now? Oh, it's her! Please, wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Wow, another break. This is long. Things are getting more complicated than I expected. The cases in this game must be pretty long if this is how long the first one is. Okay. Good thing I brought an extra drink with me. It's doing a number on my throat. The cases so far have been 3 or more hours in your experience? Wow. That's pretty strong. Is that including the investigation phases? If there are such a thing in this game? I assume this game has, like, you know, the investigation and the trial, like a classic Ace Attorney. Because you hang out with, Herlock Sholmes. Let's continue. 22nd November, 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, sorry. Courtroom number 2. Including those? Okay. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant, and a woman no less. Wow. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. Ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency... I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English. I am kind of glad that, they haven't, you know, tried to sugarcoat the time this game takes place in. Which, late 1800s, early 1900s, right? It's Josiah Brett's research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? Because I'm like, Sherlock Holmes was written in, like, just before World War I. So yeah, around that time. Because obviously, you know, the character. So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? I've never heard that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. Alright, a report detailing an unknown poison that Miss Brett has been researching during her time at Yume University. Yes, curare is also the name of a Batman Beyond villain. That's how I know how to pronounce it. Goodbye then, and good luck. She teleported. She's gone. You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellence. Rhinoscape, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Yeah, now he's doing the death slams all the time. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett. Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Well, obviously it's this.
Yes!
Miss Josiah Brett, we understand you are studying under Dr. Wilson at the Yume University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering into the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense! Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it! You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Order, order, order! Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett? Trumpery! Those aspersions are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would surely have noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. Let me check this. Instant paralysis. There you go. It believes the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. And Dr. Wilson was already on an anesthetic. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all his strength and his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. Yeah, this is like a pretty terrible way to go. Like, first you can't move, and then the way it works is that it causes all your muscles to freeze up, and your lungs are a muscle, so they just stop working. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous! To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense! Ahem, if I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you...
Shut up!
It is you who must be taught. Of course! Dear lady! So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them? I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it! The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules! What's so funny? Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes. I don't see, why not? Oh, she's going to drink it to prove it's not poisoned. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boy. Wow! Wow! That's really... Woo! I couldn't even finish reading it. Wow! Ooh. Sorry. To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Yeah, she is basically one step away from saying actual slurs. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers! Wait, what are you doing? But remember what we read? It said it could be used as an anesthetic. So what if it was you know. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Or what if the curare just like dissipates or something, you know. Yeah, and she took the glass too. What if she slipped it into the glass that she took? Goodness, whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no curare. The bottle was clean, is that what you're saying? Ha 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 ha! You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if, in the original Japanese, she was, using actual words that would up this game's rating in America. Yes, dear lady, we are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she swallow a whole... Oh, wait, sorry, she wasn't saying that. How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water does not contain poison, because guess what? It's in the glass, right? Let me look at this. Give me your glass, lady. Or I can read this again. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. So, maybe she hurt him somehow? Or she put it on his plate and it got in through the burn? I'm guessing there's no poison in the bottle. It's some other source that I'll figure out. As I thought. There is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivete really astounds me. But sometimes it's in need of a good staining. Until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? Oh, okay. I see. There has to have been... Okay, okay. Alright. I guess there is poison in the bottle somehow. Maybe I'm overthinking it. The culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious?
Objection!
Fool! Are you blind? There is no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Alright, let me... Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly deadly poison rather unscathed? Alright, let's think carefully. I gotta think this over. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life, and I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh, I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Alright. That's fair. I wonder... Oh no, the flowers are just out of frame. Okay. That's definitely the same bottle in the two pictures. Let me think this through. So, we've established that there had to have been poison in the bottle. What if it has to do with how the carbonated water has lost its carbonation? I'm not sure. Let's give it a try.
Yes.
No, I think that was wrong. Okay. Stop calling me that. Okay, it has to enter through a wound. Right? She wasn't... She drank it. Let's try that.
Yes.
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection.
That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Suzato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? Oh god, okay, hang on, let me look at this again. Special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years, to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever their prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please! But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel, no, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an opened wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. I don't know if this is actually true. Curare is a real thing. I don't know if this part is true. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... it's a real bird? Rapscallion? Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? She's gonna say a slur in any second. Watch out, get down.
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how possible. So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with, some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Ah, that's right! Good gracious. I'm gonna Google if that's true before you drink that curare. Good idea. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Order in court. Order. It is true? Wild. They did their research, I guess. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, that is curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach, like you could understand something as simple as that. I like how her mask gets pointier, though. What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Wow. Ionosuke is now cool. Yeah, do it. Do it.
Objection.
I will become the ace attorney. I don't think so, Miss Giselle, Brett. How dare you use that her mask is really big. Oh, this probably would make more sense on the 3DS. You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both of you and the victim are swallowed the same poison. Oh, he's got a theme song, too. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you must provide compelling evidence. As we know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare? Okay, let's... His dental surgery. He had an open wound in his mouth from the dental surgery. That must be it. Oh, now he's saying take that. As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? Yeah, it's like a more intense version of the ejection theme that played before. That's really good. It's really good. The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But, what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointments that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. What? You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Whore. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! That feels like... That feels like an admission of guilt. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. The carpet feels like a metaphor. Ah ha 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 ha! How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy, but I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, dear. Ah, sorry, I was stuck in British. That's terrible. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady? That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day, using curare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit the crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke, yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Go into your mind palace, Ryunosuke. That's not steak sauce. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Haha, you always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on, then. Let's wipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. Yeah, let's do it. Let's kill her. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. Is there somewhere? The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... It's gotta be this. Right, this is staring me right in the face. Let's compare it to the photo. Oh, that's the wrong button. It's not in the photo. It's gotta be that.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wondered, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute! Where are you going?
Shut up!
Where are you going with this little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in the photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. Oi, professor! Sorry, memories of a certain other English duo. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Ah! Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. And remember, the post-mortem report says there was no exit wound. Jezile Brett. I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously supposed to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
Oh shit. Now he's the one interrupting it. Get his ass, Ryunosuke. This could be the moment that my entire career on the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate, in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all, in the name of justice. What a king. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it, now. Inspector. The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Yeah, he did invent evidence catalog. I don't know, they might have that over in jolly old England. Sorry for the delay. Oh, that steak's probably really gross by now. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood, man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Fudge. Well, that's frustrating. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no. That's... impossible! I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. Why is there a swan on your hat, lady? You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Oh my god. Ah! Tisk. I couldn't agree more in the case of this disgrace to the Empire. I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. I'm examining that, like, fucking immediately. Immediately. Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? I don't know, let me look. Oh, I thought it would be on the back. This emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beef steak. It seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So this is the symbol of La Carnival, is it? Oh. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban. How did the Koban coin end up under there? And the hallmark is from the Hoei area, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. Huh, this isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. The Hoei Koban is Chekhov's gun. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of a bullion and a bouillon. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... Okay, what does the coin have to do with it, though? I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoei era, too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well, look. What, are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. Maybe compare it to the photo again? Okay. Koban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. Okay, I have to reach this. I have to read this in my ouchie voice from Dropfire Gemini. Hey Queen, I saw your tweet on how Japanese people are trash even though I'm a Japanese person, and I agree, I'm one of the good ones. There doesn't seem to be any major differences here. Actually, wait, hang on. No, okay, it is shaped the same. This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Let me pick myself up. Okay. Believe in myself. Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? For sure, there's the Koban coin at least. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are all alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? It's the Koban coin, right? It's gotta be. Yeah, lift up that steak. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, okay, yeah, we already read this. I guess I jumped a gun a little on examining it, but I was eager. I wanted to know the truth. We gotta know the truth, minions. Boolean and Bula. Marinated. Well marinated. Got it. I wasn't expecting him to have an accent. Good gracious, that's... Koban? What on earth? A Hoei era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beef steak that you ordered at the restaurant on that day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question! How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin underneath the meat? What could possibly... that could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoei Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right, it can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. We're all yelling at each other. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if we can explain what it's doing under that at stake. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it could belong to. The owner of the Koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... this guy.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer and owner of Rasute, Kiyorio Kurakata-san. Kiyori as in Mystic Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened, at exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoei era Koban, my prized coin. Then this Hoei era Koban, do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No, no, no. Please, why would Korakuta-san's koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Which is why I'm asking to bring Korakuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. I was not expecting them both to come back. I can't believe we come back round to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this koban, we'll find that it's a key element in the case. Oh my gosh, another break. Oh wait, no, never mind. No to be continued this time. They're just all here. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Korakuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever... That's... Oh no, it got stuck in that guy's boot. Yes, that's it! The very exact one that it is! The resplendiferous Hoei treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means... somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing? Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonoga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts, targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. They're hiding the coins under the beefsteak? A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, was it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but... the identity of the person who stole and hid Kurakuta-san's koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Kurakuta-san's koban and hid it under the steak? Could it really have been Wilson? They said he visited that restaurant a lot. Iesa didn't seem that interested in the coin. It seemed like Iesa was already there, and Kyorio just, like, he was looking for people to sell it to, so he thought this guy might be interested. Right? But they did mention this guy has bad pace, so maybe that's a motive to steal it. This is getting really complicated. I don't think it was Brett. Alright, I've got a couple chances here. I'm gonna try one of these two. Because they're the only possibilities that stick out in my mind.
Take that!
Yes, it seems like a likely candidate for Koban thieves. No, come on, Ryunosuke, huh? Oh, okay. Okay. But how would it have ended up under the stake? Just in case. Just in case. Alright, let's try Iesa.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Okay, so I was at least half right. I was like, this is one of my options. Sergeant Iesa Nosa. What? How? How dare you, you monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of Le Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido. Ido is the mastermind behind all this. Okay. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Can't convict a baby. Ah! Oh, that's a really long. Clippity. What? 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 Okay. Nippon Imperial Army. Sergeant Iesa Noisa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. He did get ratatouille, but with his mustache. Go away, baby. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages of the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I did have a thought for a second. What if the baby is just a really tiny man, and it's true? I thought just for a second, but no, it's not true. Okay. I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man in his Koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Did she switch the fucking steaks? Yes, when the professor was shot. Oh wait, that was him. That was Ryunosuke. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido, too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the stake, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. Everyone's kind of befuddled right now. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time? Well, Miss Brett? Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency? Indeed. The theft of the Koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard. Sorry? You could think later, but if you don't call out now, it will be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Let me check something. Check the meats. Okay, I'm starting to see something. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, Counsel. If Miss Brett's words are truly contradictory, what is the evidence to prove it? Okay, so... I'm not sure if it's this evidence or the photo. Okay, so he was definitely, or she was definitely using the fork and knife. Dut dut dut. Oh, this is tough. Hmm. I don't want to be wrong. Okay, it's just gonna do the Koban thing again. Okay. Ah. Thinking. I'm thinking. It's I got the feeling the stakes were switched somehow, but what is the relevance? Like, somehow Brett switched the stake at her table with the one Iesa had? Because how else would the coin have gotten to be under the stake that was at their table, right? Right? But how, which one do I choose to prove that? Alright, I'm just gonna do the steak. Well, he couldn't have been eating the steak, right? Because he had a dental surgery that prevented him from eating. That was the point. She was eating the steak. That's how we proved that a second person was there in the first place. The steak that Miss Brate had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. Ah, see, this is what I thought. This was the steak Iesa just chomped into. He didn't cut it with a knife and fork. It's bitten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed, no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at this steak. In particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined, barbaric teeth marks here. Ah! It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't...
Shut up!
Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. This will be all over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place.
Shut up!
I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady? What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She has realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the stake have for her. Ryanosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes, now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. She switched the stakes, or they got switched some other way. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all that who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept these teeth marks in the stake are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the stake here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Shut up!
Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been... what? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence to be brought forward? Yeah, several hours is right. There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? This guy collects everything from the crime scene. He must have the other stake, right? I'm right about this.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this stake with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoyed tomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Korakuda-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, Cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Tenshun? Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentlelady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Yeah, the British Empire is not known for stealing things from other countries. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. Well, makes sense to me. You did switch the plates. Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin beneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. Go away, baby. With military precision and timing, I switched my stake with one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that's all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant!
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Gnosis switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosanoga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ah! She's so mad. She's seething. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. Yeah, big point. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. What could that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. It can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? Humph, you're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Tisk thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! Has this dude just been keeping, like, steaks in his uniform or something? Where is he getting them? Sorry for keeping you. Or is he just, like, running back to his house? Here's the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Look, there it is. We can see it right now, the bloodstain. The bloodstain. It's clearly visible. Look.
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at that moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Ah! It can't be! In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Jazile Brett. It's you! Oh, here it comes. The big Ace Attorney moment. Yeah, it's coming. Outdone by a Japanese... me, by a Japanese schoolboy. No. No. No! It's like trying to escape. This is so good. She's gone. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life, using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose? Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirts. Under your skirts? So I was right, there were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. I like this, because usually you just get one big explanation, but, you know, because Ryunosuke was there, he's participating too. That's cool. Place where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point, he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. It's a little more than a misdemeanor. Your Excellency. Yes? I wonder... Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Wait, she gonna leave? Wait, she's gone. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. Are they gonna arrest her, or? I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Takeshi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. I guess, yeah, they might not be able to arrest her? Because she's an exchange? I don't know. I don't know what the laws were like about that in the early 1900s in Japan. Yeah, please don't bring back the diplomatic immunity thing from investigations. I don't want to go through that whole parade again. You'd better start getting used to tough opposition. Ah! Ryunosuke Naruhodo! What, yes? This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. Haha, you become funny. They'll never forget. They're always coping. The cope gene is passed down for generations. You become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. He's got a judgment cut, this dude? I need more power. I love Lawyer Virgil. He's a much better Lawyer Virgil than Simon, I think, so far. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. This trial, in the Supreme Court of Japan, will, I believe, go down in history as the start of our new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. Open up the country. Stop having it be closed. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Sogi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo? Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Yay. I don't know if Kazuma is actually Edgeworth's ancestor. He does have some very Edgeworth mannerisms. This court is now adjourned. 22nd November, 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's antechamber number 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. Ha 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 ha. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street, don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Mikotoba. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friends? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now, besides. It's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. For like another 20 years or so. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Which and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. For another 20... It's the largest melting pot for like another 20 years, and America takes over. I will. I'll learn all that I can. So I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Josiah Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Josiah Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Oh no, the diplomatic immunity. It strikes again. Inspector Hosanaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's this all about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we're signed the Friendship Treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as it's not a serious incident of highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't make a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making a secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young students, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. but it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubts, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. So, she must be related to someone important, I bet. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryanosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's have something fun. In that case, might I suggest Le Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To Le Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course! Le Carnival's food is second to none. Great. Let's eat in a place where a guy got murdered, and I got accused of that murder. It's great atmosphere. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh, yes, thank you! So, Josiah Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Yeah, we never found out what her motive was. What's up with that? Kazuma. Yes, Ryanosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. Ha 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 ha! I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? The defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All the tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryanosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Trust in his client. That's what they say in the other games. Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. I mean, you could just find a special Magatama. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you face something hopeless. You face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryanosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go! Thank you. We'll be right there. He got us a taxi. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. Good night, innocent bystander. Thank you for watching. I think we're about to wrap up here, too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Sasuta-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonoga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma-san hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Wow. That was intense. I did not expect a 5-hour first trial. Let's save, please. Alright, so we're gonna start episode 2 next time. Yep, episode 2, The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Wow. It's already taking right from a Sherlock Holmes mystery. I recognize that one, the Speckled Band. I wonder if it'll be solved the same way. I think I remember how it was solved and what it was. It's been a while since I read it though, so maybe I'll still be surprised. And obviously, with our new friend Ryunosuke in there, it'll be different. So wow, that ended up super much longer than I anticipated. Usually first trials in Ace Attorney games are very short. That ended up being as long as like a regular trial in one of the later games. Crazy. But yeah. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I am a big Ace Attorney fan, and I really like that first cave. Very strong first impression. And it feels very good to be enjoying Ace Attorney this much again after how little I liked 5. Yeah, I liked it so little I didn't even play 6, and the spoilers I read for 6 did not make me want to play it, so I am super happy to be enjoying a good mystery game again. And so yeah, I'll see you tomorrow for more. I'm looking forward to it. Good night, everybody.